And there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. And nice to have you all here. It's a wonderful, lovely, bright and warm Thursday here in Edmonton. It's minus 2 Celsius, which is awesome. And we really like that. And it's a clear, well, pretty much clear, and sunshine. So a beautiful day. So I'm gonna pass that on and smile and be happy, and considering that it's been cloudy and gloomy for the past few days. Really nice to see some sunshine and a lovely day. And now I see all you lovely people in here. Welcome to all of you. And thank you for the welcomes from all of you good people, and saying hello, Dr. Fox, and I see some there, Scott and Grandma B and Hermione, and let's see, who else said that? I can hear you, Dr. Fox2000, all good from Sharon Stewart. And Thor, did you make it back home? And good to have you on board, Thor. And Speedo weather for Dr. Fox. Not quite, but close. And there we go. Anyway, good to have everyone here. And yeah, we don't have a heck of a lot going on in our wonderful volcano world. Things have quietened down a little bit today, which is probably a little bit better, but we'll see. And Tom, I believe Doc has budgie smugglers from the last care package. Yeah, I don't think it's not quite appropriate for those yet. We got to wait at least another, let's see, 30 more degrees before we can do that. So definite increase in temperature required. Anyway, let's get on with the show. Glad to have you all here. And Tom and Pepper were the first ones in there. And of course, Pepper apparently was holding or chewing a toy at the time. So instead of sending hi, Pepper sent who, or HU, so, or huh. But that is all good and not a worry. Anyway, glad to have everyone on board. For those who said they were seeing dinosaurs walking across the screen, please have your eyes checked immediately. It's one of those things. What? Disqualify? How come disqualify, John? That is no good. We're going to give Linda a cookie for being the second one in, though, because she tried hard. And there, Linda, you get a cookie. And thank you for renewing your membership there, Thor. Just parked up for a 9-hour break, home in 24 hours. Awesome, Thor. Glad you got a little bit of time off there, so excellent. And so there we go. And hope Linda's okay with that, at least making a cookie or a stack. Those are actually stacks of cookies. That's 3 cookies in a stack there, you guys, just so you know. And so when you get 4 cookies, that you're actually getting 16 of them. Don't mind the top one having a bite taken out of it, but that's okay. It's all good. And anyway, we are glad to have everyone on here making dinner. I'll save them for dessert. All right, there you go. That is cool. Old Nick in the house. Welcome. The lava looks like chili. Yes, chili. And those yellow bits are what, corn? They look pretty hot to me. I'm getting operated on my eyes next month, so I might not see things, Dr. Fox. Oh, Hermione, I hope the operation is successful, and that is all cool, and it's understandable, and we will keep our positive thoughts there for you, and hope that you will be able to get back in soon and quickly. You can certainly listen if your hubby can set it up, and we will make sure that we throw in some good words for you when once you get that operation. So all good. And anyway, let's get at things here, and we'll say hi to everyone. We'll start out with Old Nick, and good to have you here. And then Hermione and Fluffy, of course. Kevin Haynes on board. John Raper is in. And did I say Kevin Haynes? And Judy M. McClellan, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. And by the way, Judy, how's that telescope working? And have you seen the comet yet? Because that's the ideal size of a telescope to be able to see that comet with. And let's see, Henry Nelson is on board, and of course Tom and Pepper, who got the cookies and bones. Linda Schoof also here. Welcome, Linda. And going up a little bit more, Sarah Miles is in the house. And we got John, we got Tom, we got Henry. Scrolling up, Sharon Stewart also on board. Grandma V is here. Welcome. And let's see, who else we got? Thor, of course, having a relaxing 9-hour break before he gets going again. And let's see, we got Sarah already, still scrolling up. A lot of chat going on here, so looking at what we got. And who else is in here? Scrolling up, we got John, we got. I'm scrolling quickly. Tetra, welcome. Glad to have you on board, Tetra. And still moving upward, and seeing who else is here. We got Sarah Miles. We want to see Scott Hartman. I don't know if I mentioned your name. Was a dinner going across the screen? Yeah, no, he was looking at you as dinner. And that is definitely what was going on there. And let's see, who else we got? And still scrolling up. I know OFU Lux from Luxembourg had flown in. He was here somewhere. And I didn't see his ship yet, spaceship flying across, but I'm sure he's going to show up eventually somewhere in the stream. And let's see, where else are we here? Lizoid, of course, on board as well. Welcome, Lizoid. Glad to have you here. And still scrolling up. And we got Henry, we got John. Lizoid, a few Lux. Yep, gotcha. And I am up as far as I can go. It does look like a little bit more of a quiet day today, so that is okay. Hopefully we'll get through the stream fairly quickly. Sandra Rockland also in the house, as well as our wonderful Wonky Donkey. Good to have you on board. And did I miss anyone else on the old bottom end here? And well, we got old Nick already, so that is good. We got Hermione. Yep. And I think we're good with names for right now. So yeah, let's have a quick boo. And of course I put it back to 2:15 a.m. Hawaii time, so we could see the volcano a little bit better. If we go back to live, it was really smoky again, and this is live right now from Hawaii, and we can definitely see a lot of smoke in there. Looking though, you can see the alligator is there, and he's showing most of his tail and body today. Just as that smoke gets in, he seems to have a friend over here as well. Perhaps another gator has popped up. These lava gators are dangerous, by the way, and you got to be careful with them. Hey, Granzed, good to have you on board. And yep, as I suspected, our screen is fuzzy again, and that happens. Okay, going back to, let's see if we can find a better spot. How about right there? That'll show a little bit more lava. There we go. And yeah, it's kind of the way it is. The wind is blowing in the wrong direction. And of course, that makes it very, very difficult for us to be able to see the live shot. Yesterday or in the evening, what I noticed, once the sun goes down, it seems that wind reverses a little bit. And your voice, yeah, actually it did sound a little raspy right now. I hope I'm feeling okay too. I don't know why it sounds, it was better yesterday. I don't know why. Maybe I need to clear my throat or something. We'll see. Or maybe I should drink this Pepsi. Hang on here. Let's try this. Okay. Did that help any? I don't know. It sure tasted good though. Maybe you need an ice cream. Hey, and that might be a good idea. Maybe it's the mice. What mice? I got hamsters. Or at least I'm holding on to one. No tail on it, so it's got to be a hamster. And Kia ora, Grenzed. So hot here today already. Today, okay, I'm tempted to re-silicone the large tile grout shower area. Oh, okay. That'll be an interesting adventure. And that's kind of cool. You overdid it. Yeah, I think yesterday was a little bit too much. It was last night. We kept on going a little bit too long. So we'll see what we can do today to keep it a little bit shorter. Be in the minus in my, what? Be in the minus in my patch. Okay. Anyway, let's have a look at some of the other wonderful shots. That one, of course, not working because it is, yeah, smoky. So we're not going to see much. That is the current shot anyway. This one was from earlier today. And let's see, I got to get my other screen working. Let's get rid of that darn banner. How come that's still on there? There we go. Hard to see what's going on here, but they officially declared this vent as dead, and on volcanodiscovery.com. I don't know if they should do that yet. Anyway, we were reading the news on there, and kind of questionable in that sense. And I don't know if there, I got it a bit more square there, I guess. And I really have to wonder sometimes if they've got their news right, or if perhaps today they didn't have enough information. Something I did want to point out here, take a look at this area right in here. I don't know if you guys noticed this in the last couple of days, but it looks like we've had a rock slide on the side of the caldera. And I just noticed that, and that is pretty interesting. So a little bit of a collapse in the caldera, and that kind of makes you go, okay, that's neat, because that definitely wasn't piled up like that before. And that is something kind of neat and interesting to see. But we aren't seeing a heck of a lot in the background here. Let's see if we can refresh that picture. And there it is, a little bit less smoky, and definitely see the affected area in the back there. It did have more overflows. Hey, Sue, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And I don't know if you heard me, Sue, just pointing this out over here. It looks like some of the caldera wall had dropped in, or had a little collapse of some sort. Maybe we'll see something in the earthquakes, and that might shed some light on what we've got going on in there. So let's have a look at the thermal. And of course, here's the thermal from around 12:10 10 their time. And looking at the back end here, we do see an outbreak that happened a little while ago. And we still see some warmer lava area from during the night that had an outbreak over there, as well as a stringer here, which is kind of weird looking, and a little guy right there. So definitely still getting a certain amount of volume in here. And this area, of course, is getting a little bit higher because it keeps on building up that wall, and on occasion we see it flow out. So pretty cool to see. And of course, we still see this hot spot just beyond Pig Island, which is right here, that dark patch. And then, of course, our old lava pond, and that too seems to have, I think, Madagascar broke off or something. Kind of an intrusion into it, and that is a little bit odd and weird. I'm not sure why it did that. You can see the old toll area as well, and the little Hornito here is still lit up a little bit. Also, I want to zoom that down, and also notice some lava patches down here, which are very, very interesting, because that is the first of, that I've seen of this. So when we study these pictures, sometimes we don't notice things right away, but this is interesting to see the lava over here. And I have to wonder what is going on. So maybe we did have a quake, or maybe we've got a shift in where the lava or magma is coming up, and that may have caused that little landslide on the side, which would be over on the right hand side here. But let's refresh this one, see what it looks like right now. And yeah, it looks like it's basically patched itself up in the back end here, and is cooling down, and looks like it's kind of, yeah, done it exactly that. We do see a new outcropping right here, and a little one here as well. And this one looks like it's cooled off also, and little extra bumps over on the other side. So definitely some stuff going on there, and that is quite interesting. In this shot, we see a little bit more of a glow right here, and I'm wondering if we are getting some more stuff coming up, and we are still seeing a fairly hot glow from this little patch here. And this is like at least 2 hours, is it? Yeah, because the other one was 1210 and this is 1400. So 2 hours ago, some of it cooled a bit, but we are still seeing a very hot spot right in here. That makes you wonder what's going on. And so is there in fact, a change within the caldera? And I'm just throwing it out there. You guys be the judge of it. Just pointing to what I'm seeing, right? So pretty cool stuff. And yeah, this is quite interesting to see that hot lava over here, which we didn't notice prior to just now. And let's go to the other cam shot here. And of course, this was from 1220. You can see where the berm that it built up around most of the higher area here, where the lava is flowing out. We can see our primary vent right there, and of course that big alligator rock, and then some smoke off the sides. But you can also see these indents or breakthrough points. There's a couple here, and you can see them. And I'm not sure if that is going to continue. We'll probably see more outflow here, since this area here is a lot lower than up here on the top of, we'll call it the pond or the table for now. And that's kind of what we're seeing. Let's refresh this one, see what it looks like right now. This is 2 hours later, and yeah, it's still looking about the same. We do see a little bit more smoke here. This actually looks like a little more of a deep dip. So definitely a little different looking, and we can definitely see the second rock here as well that is now floating. So there's the first alligator and the second one, and I love calling them that. I mean, what can you do for better descriptions, right? But you can definitely see that this is a downward slope in the back end here, and that is always interesting and fascinating to see how much this has built itself up, and we'll see a more outflow in those other places all the way around as it tries to fill itself up and level it out, as Mother Nature will do. So it depends on how much it rebuilds these berms as to the growth of this plate area, if you will. And that'll be interesting. And let's see, back to that shot. I actually want to go back to the live and see if it's still really smoky. Yeah, it is. All right, the other thing I wanted to look at was here, this report, and this was from volcanodiscovery.com. Let's see if we can fix that up a little bit. No, that's not going to work. I need to do a recapture on that screen, and let me just grab that real fast. Oop, that's not what I wanted. That's not going to work. Remove. All right, let's try it again. Device, and there we go. A smart section, and we'll get the whole screen on there and work with it that way, and make that bigger. There we go. All right, so from volcanodiscovery.com. Anyway, you do see the elevation, and it's a shield volcano, and it's 1,277 meters in height, which is 4,190 feet. This is an old picture, and that old picture was from back in December 21st last year. If we go make it bigger, that's what it was looking like. So it's indicating here solidified or solidifying lava with the Helemaumau lava lake yesterday, which was would have been December 21st, and that is what you would have seen. You can see the date up top here. Hard to see, but it's there. And then they show the current image from this morning, or yesterday morning, or yesterday afternoon, sorry, my bad, at 7:09 p.m. Hawaii time. And let's see, an older shot from NASA showing the caldera in its hole, which is pretty decent, and we like that. So pretty awesome. Anyway, well, let's see, anything else? No, I don't think that's a part of Hawaii for some reason. All right, let's leave that alone. In here, they describe the older events that were happening, and what we had mentioned before about the amount of SO2, and previously there the depth of 143 meters, or 469 feet, and the volume that is being held within that caldera. So that was what we had there. And of course they were talking about the SO2 emissions that happened as of January 9th, being 3,500 tons per day. And it definitely has gone down a little bit. So I'm not sure the exact numbers, but that is what we had in there. So pretty cool. And we will leave that be. Let's go back to our actual shot, and we will get that sized right again. Oop, there we go. And that is the current view, and that is not bad. So we do like that. And Hey, fat choy. Okay, hey, careful of showing my wabbit. And I know it's the year of the bunny, isn't it? And that is pretty cool. Anyway, that is about it for our wonderful Hawaii for right now. So let's see if we can take off and go over to our wonderful other place, and of course that is Iceland, since we like looking at it so much, and we'll see if we can view it a little bit and see what is happening there. So off to Iceland we go, and you seen the big beam, and looks like it's shaky there. No, that's not an earthquake, it's windy there. Anyway, let's go over to Reykjavik first, and there you go. There's a lovely view of Reykjavik, and we've got the beacon going around up top. This is from the Perlin Center in Reykjavik, and that is what we are seeing right now. If we go back about 9.5 or 10 hours, we can see what the day looked like. And let's see, there we go. It was, well, it took us right back. I wanted 9.5, 10 hours, not 12. Anyway, that is what we see there during the daytime, and that was at just about 2 p.m. Their time, and looked not bad. So we do still see quite a bit of snow up top. I'm not even sure what the temperature is there right now. We'll take a quick look and see if we can put that command in and look for it. And that is cool. And yeah, there it is. Reykjavik, 1 degree Celsius. That is awesome. So they have a warm trend as well. And we'll see some of that snow melting in the near future. Kate says, rest well, Thor. Oh, welcome, Kate. Glad to have you on board. And Thor, yeah, get some sleep. If you got to drive, you got to be rested and ready to go. And all the best to you. Off to visit the visitors will alert again. Okay, Kate. Oh, it's Kate that's leaving. Okay, no worries, Kate. You take care, and a safe trip to Thor. All right, let's carry on. Take a look at the other shot. That one is still. I was going to put this one back on live first, so I know where it is. We're still seeing they've got some issues or trouble with their screen. Not sure what the heck they were doing with it, but that is what they had done. Hopefully they'll figure out how to do a proper crop on it and get it the right size again to fit the screen properly. Anyway, it didn't look too bad there. We do see some clouds off in the distance, probably some weather that will come in or maybe leaving, so not bad. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute reminder. And of course, this is our scene over at our wonderful Katla volcano, and we'll go back about 9.5 hours as well and see if we can actually see it. Those clouds were hanging fairly low, hard to see. Let's see if we back up a little bit more. I think we might have been able to see it. Well, most of it, yep, there it is. So the big snow mounds in the back end, that is Katla, one of the other big volcanoes there. And hopefully we won't see that guy erupt for a while. I'm hoping that we get an eruption in our Fragata Felt area again, rather than over at Katla, because that's a little further away and a little bit more dangerous as far as volcanic activity. Anyway, we'll put it back to live, and we'll go over to the other one here. And of course, there you can see the lights. We are on the lights of the towers in the town of Grindavik and the power plant. And we are on the Reykjanes Peninsula, where it is very, very windy right now. And the camera is shaking, and the beam of light you see going by is the lighthouse, of course. So that is pretty cool and awesome. But let's back that up about 9.5 hours too, so we can get an idea what it looked like. And that's what it was, a very whitish day. And hard to look at that. But there we see the steam geyser, one of them right there. Here's the power plant, of course, and they use that steam to generate electricity, which is really nice. And we're not able to see those towers very well in the background. They're too small. I think there's one of them right there. Hard to see in this shot because it's so bright, and Grindavik would be over here. So pretty cool. And the Blue Lagoon would be somewhere right around that area and behind all that steam. Anyway, that's what we were seeing today, so that is not bad. We've got a shot here at looking at our wonderful harmonic tremor chart. Let's have a look at that before the break, and then after the break we'll take a look at the earthquakes. I'm going to refresh this just so it is up to date. And there we go, and we definitely see an upward trend. And I like when the chart is showing upward trends. We do see a lot of little activity in here, and I kind of wonder what was going on. This morning when I checked, there were 4 quakes that we didn't get to see, but there were 4 quakes in the Fragradalfjall area, very small ones, but they were present. And when I went to go check the map just before the show here, and they were already gone. There was only one left, and I thought, well, hang on, aren't they supposed to sit there for 24 hours? But no, they seem to have removed them. Anyway, we're going down. We're going to take a look at well, we'll look at Grimsey first. Grimsey, the northernmost point there in Iceland, one of the little islands out there. We see it's got mostly a downward trend right now, down, and then pop back up just a little, but we'll see what that is doing. But let's see if Grindavik is fixed. No, nobody kicked the sensor yet to get it going again, and Grindavik not reporting, unfortunately. And let's take a look at the other side. So Grindavik is to the southwest of Fragradalfjall, whereas the other one that we're going to look at is Kristuvik, and Kristuvik is to the northeast, and we'll take a look at that one. That would indicate what is going on in the area, and we are seeing that same upward trend in here. So that would be interesting. And wow, Metal Omi 54, wow, welcome and glad to have you on board. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat saying, hey, you all being in the hospital for a while, now not a subscriber anymore. Did you kick me out? No, I didn't kick you out. YouTube did all kinds of weird things. Please hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, Metal Omi 54, and it is very nice to have you back on board. Definitely didn't kick you out. We were wondering what happened to you, and I'm happy that you're back out of the hospital. And thank you very, very kindly for that wonderful super chat. And we certainly did not in any way, shape, or form kick you out. And hope that you are on the mend and that things are getting better for you. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful, generous super chat. And I'm surprised that you know, YouTube does that. And one of the things I noticed one day, that I ended up with about 30 less subscribers in just a 24-hour period. And normally that doesn't happen. And apparently it did. And, you know, it happened last year, right after Christmas, or right after the New Year as well. And I kind of wondered what was going on, and it took a while for things to bounce back up. And I'm wondering if they got you as well. And they do that. I don't know why. And that is something YouTube has done and that's not very fair from YouTube to unsubscribe people. And I don't have any power to be able to unsubscribe you, just so you know that. I mean, you certainly aren't blocked or anything like that. And I certainly wouldn't do that to someone like you, who is a good person and always in here. So hopefully you're doing better, and hopefully we can see you more. And please, yes, please hit that subscribe button if you aren't subscribed anymore. And let YouTube know they did bad. Because we don't want that. Anyway, it is time for me to go and take that break. One of the things, Omi, that I've been, because of my voice here, I've been trying to be careful and not run too long, and otherwise I'm going to lose my voice. I've had that really bad sinus infection, and that has progressed. Most of it is gone now, and pretty much all of it is gone. It's just sometimes, yesterday I went a little long with the show, so it may have caused my voice to be a little bit in what I call the hot box again. So anyway, let's put you back over to Hawaii for right now, and I am going to take a break, 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And please don't go away, you guys. I'll throw some music back on, and keep smiling, and be good, and don't go away. I'll be back in a little while. Thank you for being here, and I'll be back. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, for those who have not yet hit subscribe, or check your subscribe button. If YouTube has taken you off, put it back on, please. That'll help the channel out, of course. Thank you. And I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thank you. back. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from Scott and John and Kevin. And I'm assuming Sue and Sharon and everyone else as well. Thanks, Sue. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. And yeah. Anyway, I just want to make sure, yeah, apparently, Henry, that's what it seems to be. And the best way to acknowledge them is really not to say a darn thing to them, just ban them and flag them. And there's another one, and we're doing it again, and boom, out they go. And yeah, you're being something or other. I couldn't read that. It was gone so quickly. Apparently, yeah, I have no idea. You know, this stuff that they keep on saying, though, really, really makes me wonder. This is, I have yet to ever have anyone ask me anything about anything. And I think they are exactly what Henry mentioned, fruitcakes. So we'll leave it as that. What the heck? Yeah, only they've been coming in once in a while here. Apparently they are just tyrants, you know, and they are lacking a couple of things. One is a confidence. Okay, that is one of the biggest things that they lack. And there's another one, and we'll get rid of that as well. And they also have no clue who I am. So obviously, they're going to turn around. Yeah, they are basically, yeah, brain dead. They are not understanding anything. You know, they're lacking entertainment, and apparently this is what it is. And Bob, just so you know, we've had a bunch of extra people load up here on the a subscriber list. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it a little bit more fun for them. And we will do this for right now. So basically, make sure you are subscribed. So this will waste a bit more time for them, and that'll make it a little more difficult. So hopefully everyone is subscribed that is supposed to be. And yeah, hopefully it is. And there we go. That'll slow them down a little bit, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, welcome, Phil. Good to see you. And yeah, that'll waste a little more of their time, and I'm happy to do that. So that is all cool. So hopefully everyone is subscribed, and Omi, I hope you were subscribed long enough there that you can get back in as well. And that should be all good. Anyway, let's continue on and not pay any attention to their antics, and we will go over and take a look at the earthquakes in Iceland. And there we go. You can't get rid of me that easily. Lizoid, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Don't take credit for something you don't deserve. Anyway, maximum number in the last 24 hours, 30. And that is what we've had, 30 earthquakes. And hopefully that is all good. And let's take a look and see what we've got here. And of course, right out on the offshore of the Reykjanes Peninsula, we have 7.1 kilometers down, and that was from 10 minutes after 2100, and that of course was a yeah, 1.1 in magnitude. Next quake we had, of course, is in our Fragdalfjall. That one is still showing, and we do see it here. and that is a 0.57, and that is 3.3 kilometers down. And there were three others there that were showing before, but like I said, they seem to have deleted those. Anyway, this one is at 6:14 this morning, and that is pretty cool. And then we have this one here, and that is a 0.24, very small, just on the outsides of where we are. 5:35 a.m., 6.1 kilometers down. Then the next one is a 0.59, 4.5 kilometers down, and 8:40 a.m. Then 5.54, 5.6 kilometers down. 3:37 is the time on that one. And then we have this one from 12:13. It's a 0.34, 3.8 kilometers down for him. And of course, then we have another one over here in the lake, and this is actually right close to Krusevik, and that is from 4:46 a.m. 0.19, very small, 3.6 kilometers down there. And sliding over a little bit more, we see a 0.2, 8.6 clicks down, 39 minutes after midnight for him as well. Or hang on, is that, yeah, that's the brand new midnight, not yesterday, but tomorrow in the future, in my future. And let's continue on here, 0.38, 4.6 kilometers down, 10:43 for that guy. And then this one here, a 0.59, 3.6 kilometers down, and that was from 15:13. And then we have a 0.5, that is a 1.8 kilometers down, and that is from 21:47. And then we'll slide over to Katla and take a look over there, 1.22, and that is 0.2 kilometers down, or 232 meters down. So just about a surface quake. 12:38 was the time on him. Then we have this next one, a 1.71, and that is a 1.1 kilometers down from 3:05 a.m. and that is at Katla. Moving up a little bit, we see down here at this volcano, not sure how to pronounce it, but there's Grimsvatn, and this is slightly to the southwest of it, and that is a 0.81, 6 kilometers down, 6:31 a.m. for him. Then over here at Bardabunga, we have a 1.0, 1.1 clicks down, 18:15 for him. 0.7, and that is a 1.3 kilometers down from 16:11. And then we have this one, a 2.1, 4.9 kilometers down, and that's from 16:04. And it's a Pepsi time in 5 minutes. Thank you. We should be able to get through this. Moving up a little bit further, we see one in no man's land, 0.7, 8.3 kilometers down, 17:50. And we'll move up a little bit. We see one at Asjau, another small quakes all over the place. 0.42, 4.2 kilometers down, 14:40 was the time on him. Over here at Herdebreit, we have a 0.2, 2.1 kilometers down, 17:45. The next one is a 0.49, 4.2 kilometers down, 8:08 in the morning. How about 8:31 in the morning for this one, 0.68, and that is 5 kilometers down. And we'll keep going up to see what else we've got, and not too many other ones. We've got a 0 here, 3.7 kilometers down, 6:55 a.m., and then a 0.66, 4.1 kilometers down, 11:25 is at the time on that guy. And sliding in a little bit more, up near Grimsey, and there's the island of Grimsey for those who are not familiar with it. one of our most northern points there in Iceland. And a point 1.5, 1.8 kilometers down, and 1614 was the time on him. 1614 also for the 1.4, 5.5 kilometers down. And then we've got this guy here. That is a, oh, I'm back. It dropped me again when you turn on the subscribe. Oh, well, you did hit your subscriber thing, so I'm glad that you're back, Omi. And I was afraid of that, and I didn't know if that would affect you. But hopefully you're in there, so we see you, so no worries. And sorry for having to do that, but that's about the only way I can get rid of them. 10.1 kilometers down, 2:02 in the morning for that guy. Then we've got a 1.01, 10 kilometers down, 9:56 a.m. For him. That is it for our earthquakes there in Iceland. And hopefully that gives you a pretty good idea of what is going on there. Is that a new one here? No, that's an older one. I think we got them. Yeah, we got them. So, yeah, we do see you in here, Omi. So I do apologize for having to do that, but otherwise these guys would ruin the chat continuously. And we don't want to have that happen. So we may have to crank it up a little bit more as well. So for all, but now my icon is gone. No problem, Doc. Okay, yeah, that disappears after a little while as well. But that's all good, Omi. We appreciate you being here. So, and thank you for hitting that wonderful subscribe button. Helps us out. Anyway, that is good for what we've got there right now. I think we've got 2 minutes yet. Let's go take a look at the Azores. And there we are on the island of St. George. You can see the lights of Pico Island across the way. And here's a daytime shot. Oh, that is this is the daytime shot. So you know what it looks like. And there's a Pico Island with Pico Volcano over there, and that is what we've got. And then the other shot here is that little cove we're about to look at, and I need to get over to that screen so we can do that. There you go. There's the cove. We have a few seconds yet. We're not seeing any waves, so it's fairly quiet there, and that is all good. Real quick, a peek to a look and see. We had one earthquake there, 2.0, 6:30 this morning over there. And let's see what we've got on the island or the other islands, and we'll see if we can make that a little larger for us, and also change that. And obviously, there we go. We do see a second earthquake there 11 hours ago, 2.4. And how deep was that one? Just checking, and that is 5 kilometers down. And that is it. So only the two quakes there. And of course, that is pretty cool. And that's St. George, Pico Island, Fayal Island, and Terceira over here, just so you have a little bit of an idea where it is. And there is Portugal and Spain, and of course France and Ireland, England, and Newfoundland over here, and Nova Scotia, and that kind of thing. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. Let's leave that be. Put you back over here in the wonderful steamy flow of lava, and let me see if I can move that a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. And there we go, and that should be good. For those good people who are here, please do consider hitting the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, we do have a subscriber mode only on, and it takes 20 minutes, unfortunately, because of the tyrants that are here coming in and trying to spam the show, and obviously we have to do that, and we will likely have to increase that number if they reappear too quickly. And it will take them 20 minutes to come back, though, and that's okay. Anyway, on that friendly note, letting you know we're going to have bacon seeds after the break. Keep smiling, be good, don't run away, and more show to come. And that is all good. Thanks, everyone, and I will be back. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I certainly have not had any kind of name change in 60 plus years. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And yeah, that darn hamster, he was going crazy here, dancing around. I'm getting 15 to 20 centimeters of the good white stuff. Oh my God, Sue, and thank you for the welcome back. I hope that it's not too bad there. We know that you do get snow there once in a while, and hopefully that you will get a very quick warm trend after that and have it all melt away before you need to shovel it. And thank you for the welcome back, Sue and John and Phil and Hermione and Fluffy. And yep, Henry saying sugar and old mummies of hamsters on loan to Doc. Yeah, kind of, sort of. Anyway, it is a bacon seed time, and of course, our I just see one of the bunnies showed up. Something has gone weird since last night there with my cameras. And of course it's showing a kind of the pink light, so we got pink bunnies tonight instead of white ones. That is pretty neat. Maybe we can get pink piggies in there as well. Anyway, let's get over and take a look at the bacon seeds. And you remember what happened yesterday? The bacon seeds were stopped by the police, and of course the last one we seen was this one eating the ticket, eating the evidence, and that is what we were seeing. And for those good people who were here, you know what happened. Anyway, Piggy did send us some more bacon seeds this morning, and you know, even with her being in pain, she still got up to the keyboard there, and she does feel a little confined there in a piggy jail. Well, it's not piggy jail, it's her own house, but it is what it is. Anyway, she was trying to send more stuff. Here's our first wonderful shot for today, and that is, of course, one of the guardians of the little bacon seeds, and they are having a nap together, and that is wonderful to see, and very nice indeed. So a very, very cool, strange growth. No, that's not a strange growth. It ate the ticket from yesterday. Apparently they were speeding, and they thought they were on I-1. Well, they thought the sign read 130 miles per hour, and it was actually I-30 they were on. And they were doing 130, and the cops pulled them over, of course, and that's why that piggy was eating the evidence, eating that ticket, because it wasn't happy. Anyway, Doc, did you, Doc? Did you put a fresh straw down for her? We haven't really got. I'm sure she would say something about the bales. She still had quite a few there. We're gonna have to get her a new bale pretty soon. Those big bales last quite a long time, Tom, and I'm sure she's getting closer to the end of it. But she can't pick up anything. She's not allowed to bend over, so we'll have to get her a big new one so she doesn't have to. The dog has a pig stuck to its head. Yeah, apparently they're snoozing. It's so nice to see that. Anyway, here is another little bacon seed. A little bacon seed with the small mama bacon seed with the small baby bacon seed. So very nice to see the mama and the little one. That is really, really cool. She is too proud to say anything. We'll fix her up, Tom. I guarantee you we'll have some new straw coming her way for tomorrow, and we'll make sure of that, and we'll give her an assortment, hopefully. And there we go. And here's another wonderful one. Look at these little guys. These are just little tiny bacon seeds laying up on top of a mama, and that is so cute. They are just little wee ones, and yeah, they are little tiny bacon seeds, and you gotta love it, you guys. They are just little wee newborns, and look how fuzzy they are. That is cute. And they all got pink noses, and wee ones. Yep. And these, it's 4 little wee piggies, but that is all good. Looks like they're snoozing. And the next one is this one, and he looks a little bit more active. A very cute smile on his face, and he's got some different colored fur. That's pretty awesome. Almost looks like Pepper's fur in the back end there, and very cool. Could be related to Pepper, and that is awesome. Snooty, yep, I like that, the snout bopper on that one. That is cool. And next little piggy is this guy, and he is outdoors and sniffing around, and he looks pretty awesome too. Nice smile on his face, and that is what gray impersonator, a cloud. Stretching, yep, a little bit of a pull my body up and get it going, kind of thing. So very awesome to see, and I gotta love those little bacon seeds. They are absolutely gorgeous when you look at them, and I like them a lot. You know, it's fantastic that Piggy sends these in, and even with her being in rough condition, it's nice to see. Anyway, one last bacon seed to go, and let's show that one, and that is this one, and I think that might be Piggy herself as a young'un dressed up in some pearls. So out and about in the grasses, and that is a very nice. Definitely looking at all of these little bacon seeds, they are not starving, and that is a really nice. Yep, pig and pearls, and that is very cool. So those are our bacon seeds for today, and that is awesome. And I do appreciate that Piggy sends these in all the time, and she does a wonderful, awesome job at it as well. And we really do appreciate that from her. And yeah, I you know, like, even though she is in kind of a rough shape there, she still sent them in. So I'm very pleased to see that. And Piggy gone to the Mardi Gras. Yep, that might have been where she was, and that looks pretty awesome. Anyway, let us carry on with our wonderful show here, and we will head over to Popocatépetl in Mexico next. And again, yes, thanks Piggy and Doc for sharing. Yep, you are welcome, and Piggy is a wonderful person to send us these every day, and really appreciate it. She does a fantastic job, you know, and we are at over 2,400 different pig pictures, and that is incredible. And I'm surprised that she keeps finding new ones, and that is a lot of pictures. 2,400 plus bacon seed pictures, so a lot. That is a lot of a little bacon. Anyway, yep. Anyway, let's go to Popocatépetl. We have a problem with Popocatépetl, and it didn't like showing us too much today. That screen has been buffering for a while, but we'll use that partially, and we'll check out the early morning hours anyway on this one. Then we'll switch over to one of the other views and see if that will get better. Anyway, here at 4:04 a.m. we did see it pluming up a little bit, but we didn't see any lava in this particular shot. And if we carry on a little bit and look for other ones, we can maybe find little stuff happening during the wee hours of the morning, and see what we've got. And as I moved on here, I'm just not seeing a heck of a lot. We do still see stars in the background. We do see a little bit of smoke coming from it at 6:23 a.m., but that is about it. And then a while later, we did have a little bit of a burp, and that should be coming up very quickly here. And there it is, 6:24. And it wasn't doing very much activity here, and not like what we had previously from a couple of days back. So it kind of calmed down a whole bunch, and that is, in a way it's good, in a way it's not so good. It's not really what we want as far as being able to see it, but it's probably better for the people in the area. Although this volcano is very tall, it's quite high up, and the flow of lava, anything that bursts out up top here, is not going to get down to the people that quickly. So they do have an opportunity to get out of the way pretty quick. So anyway, continuing on, this one at 7:01. I want to back that up just a little to see if there was any lava there. I don't think there was. It didn't look like it. So, yeah, that's about what we were seeing coming out of the crater. Fairly slow, and I'm advancing it now 5 seconds at a time just to expedite this process. And there you can see those plumes. Beautiful shot, the way it's coming out. Gotta love it, and we'll continue to do that. And yeah, pretty awesome to see that. And then we get a little bit more golden light there, if you will, as the sun gets up at 7:08 a.m. And then we carry on. They had some awesome blue sky there in Mexico, and that looks really nice. And we'll carry on. There was another puff a little bit later, and not sure exactly the time, 8:06, 8:07, something like that. And there you can see it coming out of the crater, and not moving very quickly at all. So, you know, pretty relaxed eruption, if you want to call it that, and puffing away. And again, I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time. I'm trying to expedite it so we can see the plume develop. And of course, it is a very dark material, so that does indicate to us there's a lot of ash and stuff like that within that cloud. And that is really awesome. And, you know, they're going to get that happening around there, dropping eventually into the air or onto the ground after it gets washed out by some rain and stuff like that. Hopefully nothing too acidic. And we know that there's also quite a bit of SO2 gas coming out of this. This was another one, 9:26 a.m. And again, a very slow moving ejecta, and just basically ash pluming out. And that's what we were seeing. And I'm trying to see how far we can get here before it stalled out. Here's another one, and this one was at 11 a.m. or just about. And you can see that that one was moving a little bit faster, but nothing too wildly weird here. Phil says, need a snooze. Night. Thank you. You're welcome, Phil. a good night and take care, and welcome to Oz. And glad to have you on board, Oz, and nice to see you. And let's see, we don't want to know she's how she gets those Mardi Gras beads. Yeah, Tom, no, we don't want to know. Anyway, let's see what else we have. We had another little puff a little while later at 11:30, 11:31, and that again very slow moving as we can see. So that is kind of what we've got going on there, and that is pretty cool. And let's see, we had another little puff somewhere just before it stalled out, and this was at 12:06. Not going to spend time looking at that one. That's very small. And another one here at where are we? This would be somewhere around 12:39, just after lunch there, and we seen that coming out. And again, very slow moving ejecta, so I don't know what we really have happening there. It definitely slowed down from what it was a couple of days back, so it may have had kind of an extra burst there for a while, but and then after that we really didn't have anything else, and that camera stalled out. So we will leave that one there. We're going to take a look on the other one though, because the other camera did not stall out, and I'm going to go to about, where is it, 1300. Yeah, we can see that it was pluming out a little bit, nothing major, and we'll just double check here to see. We did have another puff coming out at 3:06, so 3:05, 3:06 in the afternoon, from the other angle, of course, and that is what we're seeing there. And let's move that on ahead a little bit more, and another little puff from 15:59, so 4 p.m.ish, and again really nothing super fast or super major. And then the sun got into the point where we couldn't see much. And let's see if we get kind of a sunset shot there. That's kind of a pretty shot where you can see some pluming, and very nice there. And I don't know if I said welcome to Kananaskis country. Good to see you in there, by the way. And that's all good. And Phil, good night, sleep well, all that nice stuff. And anyway, looking at the sunset shot, we do have kind of that, and that is a neat little silhouetting, and we did have pluming happening just after that as well. This one here, and again I'm going to advance it a little bit to expedite it. That one was a little darker. Well, it could be because it's silhouetted as well, because the sun is on the other side, of course, and we're looking at the back side. So yeah, let's not look at the back side. Anyway, a dark material coming out of there, nonetheless. And let's get us back to seeing what we got now. Oh, and I think is that the moon? Or is that Venus? Is Venus going to go into the volcano? I think Venus is going to go into the volcano. Let's see what happens. Yep, look at that. Venus has just gone into the volcano. Wow. So now we know Venus lives in the volcano. I'm kidding, folks. Venus does not live in the volcano. And that is what it is. And that is back to just about live. That's live right there. Fairly dark scene. Let's pop over to Fuego. And it's very, very windy at Fuego. And we're going to go right back to as far as we can and go through it very quickly. It wasn't doing a heck of a lot. It was small eruptions. And let's see if this one will show. And you see how small these plumes are. Nothing major coming out of it at all. So Fuego in Guatemala is fairly quiet, and same as what we were seeing from Popocatépetl. This is from about 10 a.m. Little puff, nothing major, and you can see the camera shaking, quite windy there. And let's see if we had any other bigger ones here. And some of the clouds started moving in. And here was another one. This is from just about 12 noon. And looks like the wind is blowing it in the opposite direction from the camera. So hard to see if there was anything major. But that wind will really push down that plume. And we don't get to see how normally how high it would get. Anyway, sliding along, it really didn't have too many big ones here. This one here was not bad. And let's see if we can get to it. There we go. And again, a fairly decent shot, but not coming out as quickly as it does at some portions of time that we've seen in the past. A few more little puffs further down the road as well, and there you see they are kind of repetitive, so looks okay though. And let's finish off Fuego here in its sunset, and there we go as the sun is going down, and we see the evening approaching for it. And do we have any evening bursts? I'm just checking as we do have one. We'll take a look. We do see a bunch of lights over here, so some people were up on the hill taking photos. And let's see if this one pops really nice. And let's should be just about there, and that'll give you a little bit of a better idea what it was looking like. You can see the intensity starting to pick up. Oh, and let's back that up, and we'll let that play through. And then it is break time. Yes, thank you, Tom, and I do appreciate that. I just wanted to show that lovely pop, and very nice. A lot of lava and lava bombs coming out of there, and that is pretty cool. So there we go, and that is interesting, and you gotta love it, you guys. So on those friendly notes, that is what we've got happening. And after that, we didn't see anything more up to present time. So a very cool scene, though. To all looks active. Okay, Andy Morgan, we will take a look and see what we can at all after we get to it. So we're going to do the break first, and stick around, you guys, and don't go anywhere. Keep smiling. One more volcano to peek at real quick. This, of course, a little further south from Guatemala. This is in Nicaragua. That's a Messiah volcano. That was from earlier in the day at 11:54. And let's see what it looks like. And now there we see the lava down in the caldera. Don't ever fall in there if you're going to visit. And that is it for our Popocatépetl and Fuegos and stuff like that. And it is time to go take a break. So we'll see what we can do. And keep smiling, everyone. And we'll have a quick boo. And, well, I'm going to go take a break first. So we'll put you back over here into Hawaii and throw you back into the Kilauea volcano. Don't get too comfy in there. I know it's warm, and that should be okay. We'll throw some music on. And for those who have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Hit that like button. And even if you hit a thumbs down, that still counts. That's the nice part about it. It's wonderful to get that support. And that friendly note, if you haven't subscribed, we do have subscriber mode on, and that is 20 minutes, and that is because of the problems we've had here with tyrants. and hopefully we will be able to get rid of those eventually. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, more to come. Thank you. there we go. We've got that microphone back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Hey, and Oz gifted a membership. Thank you, Oz. Gifted one membership, and Ken Wilson got it. Congratulations, Ken Wilson. And just writing that down. Thank you, Oz. That is very kind of you. And yeah, glad to be back on here, you guys. And sorry about that. I'm not sure why all of a sudden it decided to pop and go off. And all I was doing was checking other sites. And I've got a sneaky hunch I still have way too many windows open. Anyway, I got it back up fairly quickly though, so all good. And glad that you guys are hanging around and sticking with us, and I appreciate the loyal viewers. Thank you very much, and that is all good. Anyway, yeah, that is cool, and thanks again, Oz, for gifting that membership. That is right on, and that is very kind of you to do that. Anyway, let's take a look at some of our other volcanoes that we are still looking at and doing our thing with. And I think we will go over and have a look at, let's see, where are we looking first? Things, of course, moved again on me as I rebooted, so a little bit of mayhem, but let's go over and take a look. Oh, I gotta fix that. There we go. And that is your entire screen there. Ooh, Colin throws in a £5 super chat. Thank you, Colin. And just for the Pepsi fund, appreciated, man. I really do. And thanks for that £5 super chat. Let's see if we cut that and make it look a little better. There we go. And backing that up, we did have a little bit more visibility on it today, or during the night, than we did yesterday, so that's not so bad. You can see some fancy clouds whipping around and past it, which is really cool. I'm not sure if that's a spot of lava up there or not. Hard to tell from this angle. Anyway, let's go back a little bit more and see if we had any eruptive activity. Unfortunately, it does look like there might have been some lava on the other side. And yes, we see a little bit right in here. So let's back that up a little bit more and see if there was anything coming out of it just a few minutes before that. And let's, no, it must have been just a very small eruption. And just trying to see. Yesterday we did see a fair amount of lava, and unfortunately the clouds are in the way for the thermal cam to be working today, so, or for last night for them, I guess. And let's see if we can spot that, where that lava came out. I see a little bit right there. And let's just go ahead by 5 seconds at a time here and see if we can see something. And no, well, I see a little spot there, nothing major. And if we go ahead a little bit, a few minutes, do we see any other spots? No, it seemed to dry up. And then prior to that, of course, it was in the clouds, so we weren't able to see a heck of a lot. And they do have a rainy season down there, so that is what happens when the clouds move in, and we just don't get to see a heck of a lot. Anyway, let's put it back on the wider view, and you can see they do have their seismic activity and so on showing there. But let's go over to Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and there it is. Well, sort of. It is hiding in clouds too. They all like to do that. They tease us. Let's go back a couple of hours and see. And there is our beautiful Mount Ruapehu. And we can definitely see it at 12:50 p.m. there in New Zealand, and that was pretty awesome to see. And I think it was visible earlier in the morning too, maybe. No, it was not. Did he zoom in on it at all at that point in time? I'm just looking to see if he has any zoomed in shots, but I don't think he did. He may not have been at the camera, and this is at about 1:30 in the afternoon there in New Zealand. So that is actually not a bad shot, though. Able to see the volcano from afar, and very nice to be able to see it at least. Quick peek at our next shot here, and that is, of course, the refreshed tremor chart for our Taupo volcano, and we do see one spike up there, so they did have some type of a tremor in there, not very large, but that is what they were experiencing today. Since they are in the future, that is the 20th of January. It's still the 19th here for me, and just about 7 p.m. here. So that is what they've got, and looks not bad. We can have a quick peek at the volcano itself, and it is loading, and there it is. And of course the lake is Taupo's caldera, and that is the entirety of the lake, and that is pretty awesome to see. And very beautiful weather there today, fairly clear skies above the volcano, and we can see Mount Ruapehu right in the back there. That is it hiding behind this front one in the back. That is Mount Ruapehu. So that is pretty cool, being able to see it from 2 different angles, and very nice looking indeed. And on that note, let's leave that guy be. We'll put it back here so I can find that screen later. Next one we want to look at is Semeru, and I need to fix that up as well. And there we go. And that is Semeru, of course, their page. We do see that it was had a fairly big active hit there, and also you notice that down here. So we will take a look back in time. Hopefully the clouds had left for a while, and we could see what the volcano was doing. And yep, there it is. We can see it a little bit. Let's do a zoom in, and that is just that screen, and that helps a little to bring it closer. Unfortunately, it did suffer from the wonderful cloud problem, and there you can kind of see a plume going up from it. So I don't know if it did anything. And as we get into the nightfall time, we see more cloud moving in, so we may not have any visibility on it whatsoever. Oh, well, maybe we do. Hang on, let's get us right in here. We do. We have a little bit of a shot, and that is right there, and that is nice. So we can see a little bit of that bacon, and look, it's splooshing out bacon. I like it. And a little bit of an eruption there, and we'll see some bacon flow down the hill. And unfortunately those clouds are trying to sneak in there as well as we're looking at that. Hey, that kind of looks like a guy. 2 legs, some arms, and a head. Maybe that's just me. But that looks pretty awesome. And you can see some extra bacon sliding down. Tall cleaning out its throat a little. Okay, we will go there next. But right now we're going to take a look at this. And this looks pretty awesome. This, of course, is Semeru in East Java. And East Java, of course, in the, not the Philippines, it's Indonesia. and that is one of many volcanoes there in Indonesia. Over 150 different volcanoes that they have, and a very volcanic area of the world. And of course, that is because that is they are on the Eurasian plate, and the what do they call it? The Australian Indonesian plate is subducting underneath the Eurasian plate, and that is what is causing all of the volcanic activity. Lava devil, yes, Colin, that is likely what it is. And that looked pretty good. So we do get to see a little bit of that lovely lava in live form coming down the side of the hill. And that is really awesome to see. And as you can see, the plume up top here, fairly heavy. So a lot of ash and other materials being ejected at that point in time too. I'm just trying to see if we can spot a few more of those little eruptions, and we'll try to get onto a nice one here. There was a better one that I seen earlier, and I want to get to that, and I think that is right around here somewhere, and very close to it. Let's see if we can make that go ahead a little, and that should just about be on it. And let's see, I give it another 5 seconds, 10 seconds. There it goes. All right, so that is a little bit more of that lavally ejecta, and that is pretty cool to be able to see those shots coming out of that volcano. And we do like that. It looks pretty awesome. So, yep, definitely a little bit of bacon from this one, and really glad we were able to see it. And then prior to that, we did have a couple more little shots, but let's see if we can get to this one here. And this was already coming down quite a bit, and I think we'll see if we can get it going. There it is. And that should be giving a shot pretty quick, and we'll see at least some bacon flowing, and it doesn't necessarily have to blow up in a Strombolian style eruption. It can just bubble that lava over top of the caldera wall up top there, which one day will break and we'll see a whole bunch come down. With our luck, of course, it's going to be cloudy that day. Anyway, that does look pretty awesome. And we do like seeing that wonderful lava. That is absolutely gorgeous to see. And you see the lightning in the area. So that is also pretty scary. You got to wonder how bad those lightning storms are there in the heavy rainy seasons that we have down there. And of course, you know, right now it is the worst time of the year for them. It really is. Right in the middle of the rainy season. So pretty awesome. And I think we're good with having a look at this. I don't know if anyone else is needing to see a little bit more of that. I am going to see if we can slide back and find any other larger eruptions. I don't think there was anything more. Oh, hang on. This one might be a little bit better. Let's take a look here. And right around here. And let's see if we can get this going. And there was quite a bit of lava involved in this next one. And there we go. And there it's bursting out. And it may have been a little on the rainy side, or the weather getting a little worse there. But good night all. Stay safe. Tom, take care. Sleep well. And give Pepper a scratch behind the ears for us. and have a wonderful sleep and lavely dreams, my friend. And yeah, it is a break time, and we'll see if we can sneak a tall volcano in there before I sneak off to the break. And I just wanted to show that real quick. And thanks, Sue, for reminding me about the break. Otherwise, I'll keep on doing what I do, and that's motor mouth. Anyway, nice to see that bacon coming down the hill. Okay, so let's, yeah, it is lovely stuff. Anyway, we'll put that back on the other screen there, the multi-screen, and we'll go over and we'll have a quick peek at Taal before I go on that break. And let's see if we can bring that up real quick. That stream is no longer available. Why? Oh, don't do that to us. Let's see what we've got. Oh, how about some commercials? 3, 2, 1, and skip. And all right, there is a Taal volcano, and I don't see anything coming out of there. And I don't know, is the other one going by chance? Even if we back up about an hour or so, we do see a little bit of a steam there, a little bit over here. So nothing really too major. So we know Taal is there, and I haven't checked to see if a Taal meditation is on at all. As of late, he's been in Singapore, so we'll see what this is doing a little bit earlier. This is about 3 hours ago. We do see a little bit more steam, so it is definitely doing its thing. It is active, you guys, and that is something that we do always want to know and consider. We do know it's throwing out about 6,300 tons per day. And that is what we got. Colon, I cannot drink alcohol. So the rum, as good as it may sound, is not doable by me. Okay, back. Got the mail and some hot soup. Sharon, where's my hot soup? I hope you got some chicken noodle soup for me. Email me some if you got. Anyway, that's it for Taal. We will go over to Japan when we come back from the break. On that friendly note, I'm putting you back over here in Kilauea, throwing you in the lava pond, and the new lava pond. Don't go away, you guys. We'll throw on some music. Oh, we heard that one before. A little bit more movement. All right, I'll be back. Hit the like button if you haven't done so as of yet. And also, please do consider hitting the subscribe button if you're new and sitting on the outside looking in. On that friendly note, we will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Hey, Bob, no snowcano yet. It's all quiet. We're supposed to get some more of that snow in the future. Anyway, time for my break. Otherwise, I'll keep talking and won't get one. I need it because I didn't have one last time. I had to fix the computer. I'll be back. Thanks. we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and thanks everyone for hanging around. And of course, we see the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin. And I'm sure there's going to be more there soon, but that's all good. Anyway, let's keep things rocking and rolling here. I know Kevin was busy playing that piano, and thanks, Grandma B, and appreciate that. Anyway, let's take you to Japan, but while we're on the boat to Japan, we're going to stop off in Alaska for a second at the Aleutian Islands and share a couple of semi-type pictures with you. And well, this is our wonderful, and I'm going to try real hard to say it. And where is the whole name? Or do they have it even typed out in here? Where is it on my list? Oh no, it's not on my list. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. Semi-so-poch-noi. Oh man, that one is so hard for me to say. And I've tried listening to other people say it, and I know they're not saying it correctly either. So I kind of have to wonder sometimes, but that should be close. Thanks, Sue. And I figured we'll have a quick peek at it. It was kind of showing a little bit of a little puff there. So I figured we'll show it. And since they've got fairly clear skies today, it was nice to be able to see that. The other ones that we have camera views of course, the Great Sitkins. It was kind of hiding behind some clouds, but you can see it is over there on its little island and doing its thing. And the other one that we have is, of course, hiding, and it's right there. And okay, that is Pavlov, and it was hiding. I don't know who his friend is over here, but that is a Pavlov behind that cloud. So that's kind of what we've got for Alaska. Anyway, let's go over to our next ones, and that would be, hey, both ice cream boats are in Sakurajima in Japan. And boy, that boat moves quick. Kananaskis country, thank you for the welcome back. Let's see if I can get over onto the correct screen. There we are, ice cream boats, 2 of them right in there. And everybody gets them while they're docked. That would really be cool. Anyway, we do see what's going on there. Some more off-gassing happening, and it's been busy doing that. I did check fairly attentively to see if there was any lava coming from it. I did not see anything during the course of the night. And even when we go back here, we can see that it was kind of just puffing along all the way. This is at 7:44 a.m. And when we get back a little bit further here into the twilight of the morning, and it was hard to see, but it continued to off-gas quite a bit. And of course, during the night, from this view, we don't see a heck of a lot. So we go over to the other one. I'm going to leave this one back on live. Here's the other close-up view. And there's what it was doing right now. And all the boats are parked. How come? They're all docked. Don't know what's going on there. Where's our birds? We got to get to about 7:30 or so. There's our birds. They're flying around 7:30ish. They're usually busy flying around, and I don't know if it's morning bugs they're catching or what the heck they're doing, but they're doing a good job soaring in the wind there. And you can see that it was a fairly heavy off-gassing happening from the volcano. If we go back a little bit further here, without the major lights in there, we can't really define if there was any lava glow or not. It's hard to see. And let's see if we go back a little bit more and just look. And I didn't see anything there. So when we go back a little bit more, that's like 3 a.m., 3:10. Go back a little bit more, and no, not seeing anything there at 2:18 either. And a little bit further back at 1:41. There might have been a little bit of a lava glow in there at that point in time. Kind of hard to see though from what we see. And just had some rum, raisin, vanilla, and carrot. Oh, carrot cake. Oh, only 54. You're making me hungry for carrot cake, and I don't have any. Yeah. And going back a little bit further. Yeah, it does look like there might be a little bit of a glow in there of some lava. And if we go back all the way here, or pretty much, yeah, I could have been a little bit right there. So don't know if that, yeah, that definitely is some lava glow, but I'm not, didn't see anything pop out anywhere. That's the problem. So it's not any fun when we don't see the lava coming out of it, and just sitting inside doesn't help us out. And let's put that one back on live. That is what the current shot is from Sakurajima in Japan. Let's go up to the close-up cam and see if we can see anything there. And there you can definitely see the clouds billowing out. And that is pretty cool. I wanted to get back to the time where I thought I seen the lava glow. Now this one, of course, is not color at night. It's in black and white. But yes, there is definitely a glow from the volcano happening as it is off-gassing. So that is from 1:42 a.m. There on the 20th for them. And that looked pretty awesome. And let's see if we back up all the way where we can see anyway. And this is from 9 minutes after midnight. And yep, we definitely see it was lit up by some lava glow. So pretty cool to see. Just kind of scanning past it here to see if there was anything coming out. What about this shot here? No, just the weird cloud, the way it was sitting. So we know it's active, but it definitely is not kicking out lava right now. That is the current picture of Sakurajima. And that is, of course, in a southern end of Japan. And it's doing its wonderful job of throwing out a lot of SO2 right now. So pretty cool. And let's go to our next volcano. And of course, this one will be Suwanoshijima. And that is on its own little island down there south of the main body of Japan. We didn't see as much coming from it. You can see kind of a haze in this caldera. It's a double caldera here, so it's hard to see. We're seeing the bigger side. The other one is behind that ridge. And we do see a little bit of a gassy plume over there as well. So let's go back into the night and see if there was some glow to this one. And hard to tell. I can't really tell. I don't see anything lighting up on this side at all. This may be from the camera, this glow up here, the kind of pinkish purple look. And going back a little bit more in time, There, yeah, we don't see it there, so not much happening in that sense. So it's probably just throwing out some bad gas, and we'll put it back to live, and definitely looks very green, if you ask me. That is usually an indicator that we don't have a lot of ejecta coming out of that volcano. Anyway, that's it for Japan right now. And I do have the other shot here of our wonderful Mount Fuji. For those who haven't seen it for a couple of days, I figure we'll throw it in today. And that is Mount Fuji. A lot of snow still up on the top, but not as much as there was a few days back. We do see a lot more black in this area. That was all white before, same with this side. So it's melted a little bit. They need some more snow. I'm sure they will get it in due time. All right, let's carry on. One more volcano to look at, and then we'll get into the weather stuff. And of course, this is a Yellowstone. Not much action happening there right now. I did check Yellowstone earlier today because of what we've had there previously, and didn't see anything major going on. The steam that's coming out now is a very clean looking white steam once again, and not like that dark stuff we were seeing the other day. And the snow, it has had some snow melt as well. So that blackened area, if we get to a daytime shot, unfortunately we can't go back in this stream because it's embedded. If we had the daytime shot, you would have been able to see the blackened areas around that one venting area, and that is what we've got. So that should kind of be it for there. Let's go take a quick peek at some major earthquakes, and let's see what we've got, if anything really serious out there. And I don't see too much. We don't see anything really big. Still seeing some quakes though. We do have here in North America, we have another 3.0 in Fairmont, Oklahoma. We do see there El Salvador 4.1 and 4.8 down in Ecuador from 1043, 39.2 kilometers down. Then we see another one out here, 4.6, and is at Junjoy, Argentina, and that is 2255 yesterday, and 202 kilometers down. We see another one here in Easter Island, 4.8, 9:57 a.m. Today, 10 clicks down. This guy here was Ecuador, and that is 4.8, 10:30 or 43. I don't know if I mentioned that one. So El Salvador we got. Sliding over here real quick, Tonga had another 5.0, 10:52 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. And sliding over a little bit, we don't see anything big in Indonesia. We do have this guy, 4.9, Timor-Leste, and that is 546 kilometers down. That's a long way down. 4:56 a.m. We do have a couple more tremors that happened where that big 7.0 was, and the what do they call it? Molucca Sea. And that one was from a 1449, 61.8 clicks down. This one is a 4.5 and 65.9 kilometers down from 1151. And there's another one there, 4.8, 6 a.m. And there was another one underneath, a couple more in there. And these are all basically aftershocks from that big 7.0 that we had on the 17th. So it continues to shake. And we had going up a little bit more, 4.4 there in the Philippines from 7:28 a.m. of 47.9 clicks down for him. Then there's this one, 4.7 to 14 a.m., 133 kilometers down, Philippines as well. Same as this guy, 4.2, and that is from 14:45. Going out here in the Guam area, 5.0, 6:01 a.m., 120.9 kilometers down. Nothing over in Taiwan. Couple little ones in Japan, 4.5 near Honshu, and that is 71.8 kilometers down. Happened yesterday at 20:25. And then this guy up here, 4.4 at Matsu, Japan, and that is 5:24 a.m., 37.2 kilometers down. And this guy here near the Kamchatka Peninsula, 8:20 a.m. today, and it is a break time. Thank you, Sue. And that was 499 kilometers down. And just a couple more little quakes to go here, and we'll take that break. 4.2 in Hotan, China, 1820 was the time on that, 10 kilometers down. And a bigger one here, 5.1 in Afghanistan, 96 kilometers down, 4:30 a.m. And two more to go here. We got this one, 4.2 in Turkey, and Piggy didn't feel that one. That's too far away. And that was 22:55 yesterday, 10 kilometers down. And the one down here, which is Libya, 4.0 from 17:29, 10 kilometers down. I didn't see any other ones there listed on this map. And that is it. It is break time, and I do need to go take that break, otherwise I will lose my voice. So let's go back to Hawaii. Throw you back in the caldera of Kilauea and enjoy that. And after the break, we'll have a quick peek at the volcano map around the world, and we will get you some weather after that. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And after that, also subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We do have subscriber mode on for 20 minutes. So that is to keep the tyrants out. And that's how long it'll take before you can chat in the chat channel. I'll be back in about 7 minutes or so. Don't go away. Keep smiling. And I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and from JB as well, who is here. And I don't know if I said welcome to him, but glad to have you on board. And yes, Sharon Stewart, I hear you too, with the clipboard. And yeah, there you go. Oh, I hear you, DrFox2000. Grandma B, I just wanted to mention something. Apparently many people have fallen asleep during my stream. And I don't actually take that as an offensive thing. The problem is that I have, that is, with everyone falling asleep, is that I never fall asleep during my stream. And I wish I could sometimes. It's just the way it is. I know, it's soothing, and, that's the other thing is I've yet to ever catch this stream live. I'm always busy doing something when it's on, so it's a darn shame. Falling asleep is okay, absolutely, JB, and I really wish I could do that too. Listen to the stream and fall asleep. What more could a guy ask for, That is a lovely thing, and it is what it is. Anyway, let's gotta laugh. My host silicone cartridges are so old that they're solid inside. Do I bother to go buy new ones? Well, Grand Zed, if they're solid, maybe take them back for a refund and see if you can swindle them. Go buy one new one and bring the old ones back in the car with you, and then once you buy one new one, go back in and do it a few times and say, hey, this is all solid. Why is this solid? And I know, an honest person, but it probably would work for at least one of them. Anyway, it happens. I hate that too. When you have one sitting there for a while, and then you go to use it, and it's nothing left. It won't come out no matter what you do. But anyway, let's carry on with what we're doing. Bedtime lava stories. Is that what it is? Okay, let's go to the Canary Islands before I forget to do that. I did forget to mention that we did the other earthquakes, but we do have a 3.4 where the flashing star is right there, and that is on the East Azores Ridge, and it was 14 kilometers down, happened at 1540. And if we go down to the rest of the Canary Islands, we'll see what we've got there. So looking at La Palma, we do have 3 quakes today, and as you can see where the circle lights them up, 1.0 from 1:49 a.m. 11 kilometers down right on the coast, and his buddy right beside it, 0.9, 1:58 a.m. 11 kilometers down. And then we have one on the other side of the ridge, and that is from 3:05 a.m. and that's a 1.4, and it's 13 kilometers down. Just figured I'd throw those in real quick to make sure we didn't forget them. Let's go over to our refreshed commercial stuff on the volcano map. And really nothing has changed here, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it at all. I just wanted to check in and make sure that we didn't have any new stuff pop up. Nothing new in Chile, and that is still there. These guys are all still okay. wanted to mention Reventator is active again, throwing out lots of SO2, and the rest of them, Nevado del Ruz also throwing out more SO2, and Recon is still an orange there, Messiah a red, and the other ones are all pretty the same. Santiaguito, we know we had a peek at that yesterday or day before. It is fairly active as well, and then of course a Fuego and Popocatépetl. So that's those guys. Hawaii, we've got Kilauea, and of course Mauna Loa. And looking here in New Zealand, no new earthquakes, Taupo, and we've got White Isle Volcano, Tofua still there. Nothing changed in Vanuatu. Nothing changed there in Papua New Guinea. And no changes seen here in Indonesia. And we haven't seen anything change here. That's where that big swarm is, not too far away from Luolatok. And, I'm sorry, not Luolatok. Luolatok is down here. From Ibu and Dakono, my bad, and not seeing anything change there. And of course, there we go with the Philippines, still normal. Nothing changed in Japan or on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is pretty much good for there. Zoom back out. Erebus is still down on the bottom in Antarctica. We still have Heard Island Volcano are two here near Madagascar, and the other three in Africa. And still seeing Etna, Volcano, and Stromboli, and Campi there in our wonderful Italian theater, if you want to call it, Sicily and Italy. And of course, Terceira and São George out there in the Azores. And nothing is showing in Iceland. I wish. And that is it for our volcano map. Let's go head over and take a look at some SO2. And there is our SO2 map. And let me get on the right spot. I'm going to actually refresh that just to make sure it is completely up to date. And I do see snow on Sunday for us, but warmer temperatures, which is really nice. Anyway, we do see a little bit more off-gassing there from Hawaii, from Kilauea, but that is nothing too serious. And looking at what we see in North America, a lot of blue, which is really nice to see, even down into Mexico, some blue, meaning less SO2 in those areas. So blue streaks through the eastern portions of the U.S. as well. Nice to see that. And not so much SO2 and nothing hanging around anymore out here over Nova Scotia and those areas. With all the rainstorms they've been getting and the snowstorms, that has washed everything out of the atmosphere. We do see a big circulation here, and this is going to be interesting. They will likely get some more snowfall happening in places like Buffalo and the lake effect snow, of course, and that is something that's going to happen there. So not that big of a deal. And sliding over Kamchatka Peninsula, still off-gassing fairly good as well. They too have a circulation that's keeping everything kind of tucked in there. And we see Suwanoshijima and Sakurajima still doing their thing. Lots of SO2 coming over from China. And pollutants there in Taiwan. Ibu and Dakono kind of drifting to the south here. And we see pretty normal for what we've got from White Isle Volcano, Tofua out here in Tonga, and the Vanuatu area, normal stuff in Papua New Guinea, and looks pretty normal there in what we see in Indonesia. and not quite as heavy from these two guys here. That's Carinci and Mar Rapi. And of course we got Mur Rapi over here, and of course Sakurajima, not Sakurajima, Semeru, there we go. And of course Jakarta, as well as our other buddy there, Krakatau, son of Krakatoa. Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing. Zooming out a little bit, and we see South Africa still has its stuff, as well as DR Congo, and lots of SO2 still happening down in the southern parts of the world, and that is because of the ice melt there in Antarctica. Zooming in a little bit into Africa, we don't see too much where Urta Ale is, but it would be right around there. We do see a little bit of a blue streak into Saudi Arabia, and I think that is because it's raining like mad there. They're getting floods now. They had a snowstorm before, now they got flooding, and that is what's happening over in that area of the world. And we also see the heavy plumes of SO2 from oil refineries. And since it picked up again, I don't know how much is coming from. Oh, let's see what that camera picture looks like. We didn't take a look at it, but that is Mount Etna. And Mount Etna, of course, had another little quake and just off the coast. And I think that is what kind of kicked it back in. And we do see that it is still active, so nice to see that. And looking at Spain, all good there. Dinkle Storm Chaser, welcome, and thank you. Anthony got the gift, and I'm going to put that down. Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch weather. Storm Chaser, there we go. Thank you very kindly, Barbara. That is awesome. And I see Anthony got it, and that is pretty cool. And gifted one membership. There we go. Very kind of you, Dinkle Storm Chaser. Barbara, appreciate that. That is very nice of you. We see a little bit more SO2 there in Germany and in through the northern areas of Italy, as well as Austria and those places. So I don't know if it's just the way the air is circulating, and even in Holland and Belgium, they're getting a little higher rates. So hopefully that'll clear up for them when they get more snow and rain going through, and that'll be awesome. And let's see, did I miss anywhere else in the world? We'll go over here and redo this map real quick so I can be ready for the challenge of finding the weather, the coldest places on the planet in a little while. I wanted to see if we can go over to Sicily for a second. And yeah, that camera at Sicily, I'm not showing very well. Okay, where's my mouse gone? My mouse has disappeared. It's still hiding somewhere else. Okay, there's my mouse. Bring it back over here. Now it's on top. Okay, we're going to look at Sicily, but it's in the clouds, and they don't have the other shot looking at it. And oh, they got commercials on the other one, but I don't think they zoomed in at all because you couldn't see much. If we go back a little bit, we might be able to see it. No, maybe we won't. I know they had some pretty heavy cloud there earlier. And if we go back even as far as we can, you'll see the cloud. This is what I was talking about, the heavy clouds. So hard to see through that stuff. Anyway, we do see a little bit of glow and right in there. So we know it's still active. and that is all cool. Anyway, I'm going to put those back to small screens so we get better there. Let's go over here for a second. I want to see if we can bring up our wonderful Stromboli, and there is a Stromboli. We do see some lava flowing down the hill still at Stromboli, so that is nice. We don't see too much from the vent here. It's kind of hiding behind clouds as well. You can see on the thermal though that it is producing a little bit of lava there, and that is kind of neat. So all cool with that. And what we will do is at this point I'm going to take another quick break, and I like to see happy people, and love to see happy people as well, Barbara, and thanks for joining us. I do appreciate it. And what see the mouse. It's not a mouse, it's a hamster. I got a hamster. See, it's a hamster. Anyway, that's all good. It's bigger than a mouse. That's all cool. And all right, excellent. So let us take a break, and we'll put you back over to Hawaii, and we'll let that run for a few minutes. And I am going to, that of course was from 6:40 a.m., just so you're aware of that. It's not live, but it is from today, so all cool. And we'll go do the weather when we get back from the break, whether we like it or not. And we'll see if Sue has found the coldest places on the planet. Anyway, we'll be back in a few minutes. Keep smiling, and I'll throw some nice music back on. And for those who have not yet hit the like button, please do consider doing that if you are enjoying the show. And of course, also for those who have not subscribed, please do subscribe. We do have the subscriber mode only on at a 20-minute mark, and we had to turn that on because of troll activity, but we will see what we can do for tomorrow's stream. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I will be back in a short while. Keep smiling. There's some music. I'll be back. Thanks. go. That microphone is back on, and as you may have noticed, I turned the subscriber mode back down to 1 minute. So if we get the tyrants back in here, we'll have to crank it back up. But that is all cool. So thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and from JB and all the other wonderful people. Glad to hear. I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. And welcome back, DrFox2000. I hear you. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate that. That is all cool. And let's go over and get our weather done. Thanks, Kananaskis Country. And we'll go to the weather map. There we are. And let's take a look and see what's happening in the world. And looks like a little bit more warm air blowing up into Nunavut. We still see that very cold up in the northern portions of Alaska, as well as the Yukon and Northwest Territories, as well over here in the northern parts of Quebec and northern Ontario. Let's zoom in a little bit and see what we've got. Edmonton, of course, at a balmy -7. Looks a little warmer up here at a -2, which is really kind of cool. Vancouver sitting at about 5 or so right now. Looks like it's a little colder over there at the Bob's place, C&D boy. He's got what, -1, -2 there on the rock. That is all cool though. And KC's got colder temperatures there in his wonderful Swift Current, wherever that is. Hang on, one more zoom in. There it is, a -14. Brr! And stay inside, and too cold for you out there. Looking over at Winnipeg, we see about a -16, -17, and that would be close to Judy M's place down here somewhere, and she is hopefully staying warm. And there we see what we've got in northern Alberta and Quebec. And here's that big circulation in around the Great Lakes again. So we will see more snow there. And Toronto coming in at only 2 degrees. London looks like a 4. Detroit down here about 4 as well. Cleveland about 4 or 5. So hopefully they will stay warm. Montreal is about a -3. -3, and there we go. We got Quebec City, and that is -4, something like that. Oh, I haven't spoken French for so many years, I forgot what things are. Anyway, let's keep going. We got, looks like fairly cold out here in New Brunswick. Getting closer to the coast, though, a little bit warmer. Halifax making it to about 0. And what do we got for Cole Harbour? We've got a 0 as well for Sue. And that is pretty good. Not bad for winter time anyway. It could be worse. I hope it's not snowing too much there right now, Sue. Anyway, we do see Labrador quite cold up in the top, and that high still sitting there, so that is not so good. Anyway, let's see, Portland, Oregon coming in at about 3 degrees. Not that warm. That cold is still hanging in the United States, the western half at least. San Jose only making it to 7 or 8 right now. LA only about 10. Flurries, heavy snow tomorrow morning. Oh boy. Las Vegas only about 3 or 4 or 5. And we see about 8 or 9 there in Phoenix. Not that good. What is Tucson at? About 8 degrees as well. And Death Valley is over here. Death Valley, yeah, you better have a jacket on. It's going to freeze to death. 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit. And that is too cold. Albuquerque, New Mexico, -1 Celsius, and that'll be about 31 in the Fahrenheit scale. San Antonio is 13 today, and Austin is 12. 15 over in Houston, and then we see what we got, 9 degrees there in Dallas. New Orleans a little bit warmer at 15, 16 degrees. That's not so bad. Moving over a little bit more, Mobile, Alabama is 15. Tallahassee coming in about 17. Jacksonville very warm there, and that is nice to see that Florida has warmed back up. Miami coming in about 21, 22. So really good there. 15 there in Atlanta. Charlotte and North Carolina making it to about 14 or 15 as well. So somewhere around that 60 degree mark, and that is not bad. And wow, Grandma B has got warm weather. That's probably why she hasn't fallen asleep yet. It's still nice there. That'll be about 55, 65 or thereabouts, and that is pretty good. And looking at Virginia, we see 16 there. Going up to New York, we see 5 degrees. Boston only 3, but that is okay. We don't mind that. Sliding down, take a look at. It's cold on the Baja again. That is not good. They like warmer weather. Mazatlan about 21, 22. And Mexico City a little on the cool side, 13. And we see, where's Acapulco? What happened to my Acapulco? I think Acapulco is sitting right underneath here, 26 degrees. And right underneath that low, that is not good. And then we've got Cancun back to 25 degrees. That's nice. Belize City, the place I've been to before, and out here on Ambergris Key, and that is beautiful there. And about 27 degrees right now, so very nice to see. Still very warm in some places there in Colombia as well as Venezuela. Nighttime temperatures in the Amazon 22 to about 24 degrees Celsius, maybe even some higher temps along the Amazon here, looking not so bad. And looking at what we've got going into Paraguay, they are cooking for nighttime temperatures at 29, 30 degrees in some places. Very, very warm. Rio de Janeiro making it to 23 for a night. That's pretty good. And 19 there in Sao Paulo. Definitely a little cooler, but still nice. And Argentina, the interior, we've got some 30, 31 degree temperatures in there. Looks pretty roasty and toasty. Buenos Aires coming in at 26. And of course, the place that Paysandú, that we're looking at 28 degrees for nighttime temperatures. Pretty awesome, and Irish Monk will be happy to see that. And even out on the coast, about 20, so not bad. We see the warm front kind of cut here by some colder weather, but still the colder weather only about 22, 23 degrees, a little bit cooler in the middle here at 16 or 17, but heat all the way down to the bottom end of Argentina for those good people. Sliding over to Grenzed's area, and we see the eastern side of the South Island, very warm, coming in at 26 for Christchurch, and a little bit cooler on the south end. We've got some system down here, that low pulling that colder air up, and that is not good. But hey, it is what it is. And then Wellington about 21 degrees right now. Looking just across there at the northern end of the island, 27, 28. Taupo probably coming in about 24 degrees in that area. Auckland about 23. And let's see what we've got in this area, about 24 degrees. That will dry out Silicon in no time for Grenzed. And let's continue on. Take a look at Hobart. Hobart only at 17 today. They've got some cold lows pulling up that cold air as well. But at least it's not looking as bad in Australia, the bottom end anyway. 20 degrees or so there in Melbourne, Leo's home, and 20 in Adelaide. And we see Sydney coming in at about 21. We do see some warmer temperatures there, but at least it's not 40 degrees. They're 30, 31, 32. Home of Oz, about 26, 27 degrees right now. That's not bad either. We do still see some very hot weather up in the north here. We do have a high sitting in the middle, and not sure if that's going to hold those temps. And very, very warm there in Perth at 32. And we see some of those higher temperatures out here now, 36, 37. And 38 out here in New Queensland area, I guess is what they call that. And yeah, 37, 38, 39, very warm. Quick a peek at Fiji. Yep, 27, 28, pretty normal. We see a 92p sitting here, spinning around. Probably more thunderstorms. Same thing with this low here, giving them all kinds of weather. And looking at Papua New Guinea, about 30 degrees, 31 in some places. Quite warm temperatures in the Indonesian areas as well. And that is pretty normal for this time of the year. And looking at 28, 29 and some of the other islands there. And let's see, 28 up there. It says 25 and on the map, 26 on the map for Bangkok, but 28 sounds pretty normal. Low levels of humidity though, usually they're around 80%. And looking here in Manila, we see that they are at 29 degrees right now. A little cooler once we get up to Japan, and we see 13 or 12, 11 on the bottom end. And looks like a Seoul, Korea -5, brr, and not so good. Tokyo coming in at 10, and the higher elevations there, we see that definitely a little cooler. I'm a little worried about looking how quickly this is spinning around. That is going to develop into a storm of some sort in the Sea of Japan. Looks like a little bit warmer up on the north island there, only -1 in Sapporo. That is okay. We see another low here spinning around, drawing in that cold air, and another one over here. And those lows are dangerous. And of course, we see very, very cold temperatures in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Sri Lanka about normal, and bottom end of India pretty normal. Delhi 10 degrees right now. Getting out to Madagascar looks pretty normal, and that storm is still sitting right on top of them though. That is not good for them, but hey, that's been sitting there for 2 days now. Hopefully it'll disappear pretty soon and run out of water. And down here we see about 18 or 19 in Cape Town, and bottom end of most of Africa looks pretty normal for this time of day. And the top end here, we see that high sitting up in these top countries here, and that looks like Libya and those areas. And they are still seeing a very, very low temperatures. A matter of fact, some here in Morocco, -1, and that is not so good for them. And the high is sitting here in Saudi Arabia, probably helping them a little bit. UAE is still, whoa, 14 degrees. Those guys must be freezing. 13 in some spots. Same thing goes for Oman, and a little warmer on the coastline. And of course, Yemen does have the mountains here where they get a little cooler. Looking at the back end of our eastern side of Turkey, pretty normal temps for right now. And looking at what we got for our wonderful piggy. Hope she's staying warm and dry. And looks like about 17 or 18 degrees Celsius there on the island of Kos. And that would be pretty good. And Crete coming in at all kinds of nice temperatures as well on the bottom side. And a 16. Thanks, Sue, for bringing up a cost temperature. And that is, well, that's actually Piggy's hometown there, the little village. And looking over here in Sicily, we see it is fairly cold. And we will likely get some more snow on Mount Etna at showing right now on the map here -1, but it says -2. Thanks, Sue, for bringing that up. And we'll take a look at what we've got going up the Italian coast. And I know they're still getting all kinds of rainstorms there. About 8 in Naples and Rome, only 3 today. Brr. And the churchgoers are going to freeze. Milano 0 or 1. And of course Sardinia coming in at about, well, looks like mostly a low half of the single digits there in Celsius scale. So I don't know, that's not so good. Looks like it warmed up a little bit there in Portugal, but not too much in Spain. Aurelio's home, well, a little warmer. He's not down at the freezing mark anyway. 6 degrees, a little warmer than what they had. And looks like France is kind of cold today. And our friend Tanto sitting at 0. And then we've got 0 in France. Or, pardon me, Paris, and we got a -3 in Munich. We see a -2 in Frankfurt. Cologne, about 1 degree, and it looks like about a 0 up here where Yvonne Kunkel lives. And there we see Berlin coming in at -1, a 0 here in Hamburg, and Copenhagen coming in at 2, but the rest of most of Denmark is sitting around 0 or a -1 thereabouts. A -1 in London. Plymouth a little bit warmer at 2 degrees, and it looks like Wales sitting somewhere right around that freezing mark. And looking at, yeah, if your Wales are freezing, they need to go south. Punny, I'm punny. Oh, okay. Amsterdam coming in at 1 degree, and looks like a little warmer right on the coast, but a -1. So Dinkel Storm Chaser getting a little bit of snow as well, I think, in there. Luxembourg, OFU Lux is somewhere around -2 right now. And we see up in Scotland, it is fairly cool up there too. Around the -1 mark for the most part. A little warmer? No, not any warmer. Doolin is still sitting very close to the freezing mark. They need to get that warm air in here. Look, it's 12 over here, and it's a 3 there. So a funny taste look up my village. It's called Over Dinkel, and it's in the Netherlands. Where in the Netherlands is it? I don't think it'll be on the map if it's just a little village, but up here in the north somewhere, Barbara, or whereabouts is it? Just give us an idea. Is it close to this place here, near Enchada, wherever that is? North, south, east, west, where? Right here. Oh, you're actually very close to Yvonne then, and that is sitting around 0 degrees. So you're right at that magic mark where you could get some snowflakes, and yeah, that would be pretty cool. and I think it's right around here where, hang on, where's, oh, I lost myself. I have to go back out and see, no, where the heck is, here's where, this is where Yvonne is, over here in Cleve, and you're up there near this place. Yep, very cool, and she's got about the same temperature right now, and same weather system likely. So pretty interesting and nice to see that. And Oslo coming in at a -5, -6, Stockholm -1, going over here, St. Petersburg, aka Leningrad, and that is a -1 as well. A quick peek at Moscow there, coming in at a balmy 2 degrees Celsius, not bad there. And what do we got there in our wonderful Iceland? Looks like they're starting to get some warmer air pumping in there. 1 degree in Reykjavik, the map says 0, but hey, 0 or 1, very close. And we see the eastern portion, though, very cold, and that is not so good for them. All right, let's go to take a look at the precipitation, and we'll see, precipitation, one more, there we go. And we see all along the north or western coast of North America, we see from about, I guess, Vancouver on up, all the way into Alaska. Very balmy as far as the rain is concerned, and snow in the interior a little bit. We see some snow up in the Northwest Territories, and we see that there, and also in Nunavut. Like I said, around the Great Lakes, we're going to see more snow, and that's what's going on there. Some ice rain, looks like snow and ice in Chicago, Detroit getting rained upon, and ice in Ontario, and pouring rain in New York and Boston, and snow mix in there, and then of course some snow. Yeah, if this moves this way, Sue, you will get it tomorrow. So I can drive from my house and see the sea within 2 hours and 30 minutes. That is cool. And lots of snow happening there in Newfoundland. Now, some of those good folks around the world don't know, but sometimes in Newfoundland, they can get 3 or 4 meters of snow in one single snowfall. They are kind of the same as what we see in Sapporo, Japan, and where they get those really crazy snowstorms, and that can happen very easily there. Anyway, let's move down there a little bit. We do see some stuff around Las Vegas, and looks like bottom portions of California getting a little bit of rain as well, which is probably needed down there. They did get tons of rain up in the north, so it's time for the desert areas to get a little bit more rain. Looks like Central America, not bad for rain. South America, of course, the rainforest, you're going to get a rain. What do you expect? And we see that in Brazil and Peru and Ecuador and portions of Colombia, those places all getting some. And of course here muchly needed rain in our Argentinian area as well. Zipping out over to New Zealand, we see this system that I seen here yesterday, and yeah, it's moving across. And Gren Zed, you're going to get some of that in a day or so as it moves your way. And we see they've got some heavy rain there, and a little bit of rain here, and that is in Tasmania, and no rain down in the bottom end. Looks like a little bit along the coast here. Sydney and Brisbane and those areas are getting some rain, which is very welcome for those people to keep those water levels up. We are seeing some more rain over here and a little bit in the central region. So I hope I get some nice snowstorm today. Okay, and here's that 92P that we talked about. It's making a mess in New Caledonia, and some of it working over into Vanuatu. We also see this. Those people in Tonga are probably paying the piper for that. And we see some rain, of course, in Papua New Guinea is kind of a rainforest anyway. They are getting some rain there, and lots of rain in Indonesia, all over the place. The same thing with the other islands here, Malaysian areas as well. And the Philippines, it is the rainy season to be expected. And looks like Japan starting to get some rain on the western side. Here's that system I was thinking was looking nasty, and yeah, that's in the Sea of Japan. They also have this out here, which is kind of being drawn up a little bit, and don't know if that is going to give them some more snow there. Not too much on the Kamchatka Peninsula, but potential is there for some of that to drift across and create more stuff. That storm, Shiniso, still sitting there in Madagascar. I hope that moves out soon. And of course, here in southern African areas, not South Africa itself, they do have a couple spots where they're getting rain, but this rainforesty area definitely getting some rain. Sahara area, all dry. Looks fairly dry over in our Arabian area as well, Saudi Arabia and UAE and Oman and Yemen and those places. Not getting any more rain. They don't need any more. That snowstorm was enough. And looks like Greece is getting bombarded. I don't see any rain for Kos though, but looks like a little bit in Crete, and we do see lots in Greece, and that is all the way up in some of these other countries as well, and they are getting nailed, and that is going up into the Ukraine and those places. And here's that stuff down in Italy, and snow in the mountains, and we see along the coastal areas lots of rain, both sides of Sicily getting rained upon. And I don't think you want to be in Sardinia anymore. It's flooding there. And looking at Spain, a little bit easier as far as the rains are concerned. We do see here in the mountains they are getting some snow as well as rain, and not so much rain in France anymore, but some snow in the interior. A little bit of rain and snow mix in Germany in some spots, not that bad. And same thing with, well, a little bit in Belgium, and here in Holland, not too bad. We see some fog in Luxembourg, and no rain in most of England. Some freezing rain maybe there, and a little bit of rain there. This will likely continue to move eastward, and the Doolin and Ireland in general will get rained upon, and we'll see what happens. And looks like a fog in Denmark, and we see some rain here in the islands as well. Not too bad though. And snow in Sweden, go figure. And ooh, look at all this ice rain out here in Russia. They are getting some very nice icicles. And all the way along the northern Norwegian coast, we see a snow and rain mix. And here's what's happening in Iceland. The weather warmed up, but the weather is also bringing with it rain and snow in the western portions. The east looks a little drier now. They've had enough snow, so a western side getting nailed as well. And that's it for our going around. I want to point out the equatorial storm still intact, and it will forever be on this map. as long as the Earth doesn't stop spinning, and we are going to see that going all the way across there. That is always there. And let's go back to temperatures. Now comes the fun part. Let's find the coldest temperatures on the planet. And we zoom in here already, a minus 44 in Antarctica. Let's see if we can find something colder. Minus 45 right there. Is there anything colder? Do we have a 46 somewhere? And minus 45. And I'm going to look for a minus 46. I will probably find it. It's got to be here somewhere. And where is it? Oh, I seen a minus 46 for a second. It was right in here somewhere. Oh, come on, show me again, please. 44, 45. Oh, there was another one. It blipped right underneath that low. All right, I'm going to say, because I seen it, I'm going to say a minus 46. I don't know if you guys seen it. It flipped through there really quick. So I'm sure that it is a minus 46 there, and in some spots, but looks like a minus 45 for the most part. And let's see, anything else in these other areas? I don't see anything there. What about over here? No, pretty tropical, and yeah. So okay, and we'll stick with that. I seen it, and I wish I could land back on it. It was right in. There was one here, and there's one down here. Where is it? Oh, darn it. Well, it was a minus 46. Oops, I zoomed back out. It may take me a while to find it again. Those are hard to find, those temperatures. If you're zooming around and cruising around looking for them. And it was in here. And things keep moving, and I'm looking at this map, and it starts to make you go a little woozy when you see all these arrows flying by. All right, where'd you go? Well, oh, it was down here again, somewhere in here. Okay, I'm going to do that. I found a minus 46 in Antarctica. I did see two in there so far, and they were right in this area. There was one over here, and there was one here. And it flicked and then disappeared. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to call it minus 46 because that's what I've seen. And let's go to the other cold areas. Greenland, and that is not so green. And we're already down to minus 58. That is pretty chilly. And let's see what we can find, if there's anything colder than a minus 58. Oh, minus 59 right there. And do we have a minus 60? We did see that 59 for sure. And looking for a minus 60. And no, I think I'm going to have to live with that minus 59 that I found. And where did it go? And now I can't find it again. And where is it? It was there. I seen it. We seen it. We can do the replay if we need to. Yeah, minus 59 there. I'm not going to see a minus 60. That's okay. And let's see what we have in our northern Canadian Arctic areas. And minus 47, 48 already there. And what we got to find colder temperatures, I think. Minus a 48, a 49, I seen. Minus a 50 right there. Let's see if there's anything colder than a minus a 50. That's still a silly cold, you know, seriously. That is just incredibly cold, minus 50 degrees. I don't know if I'd be able to live up there. And that's a minus 42. And yeah, minus a 46, a 47, minus a 51. Okay. Minus a 51 right in there. Okay, am I going to find a colder temp? Let's check on some of the other islands. I know they do get some very cold weather in places. Then we don't always see that. Let's go up in the northern parts and see what we've got up here. And that is, let's see, a minus 40, 50, no. So I'm going to have to stick with a minus 51, I think. And what do we got here? Minus 42, minus 43. Yep, I think I'm going to have to, a minus 47. Let's just zoom in here for a second. And a minus 48. No, I don't think it's going to get any, minus 49. And we did have that minus 51, so it's not quite as good. And let's see. Yeah, not so cold there, minus 45. What about the northern areas? No. Okay, I'm going to go with a minus 51 for our wonderful Arctic. And then we'll see how horribly cold we have it here in Siberia. Already down to a minus 54. Brr. Minus 55. Let's see if we can find something colder. Minus 57. And let's see, we got anything colder in those areas? Minus 57, getting warmer down here. Minus 52. No, that's not going to do it. And we got to find something a little on the chillier side. There's a minus 53. Minus 54. Wow. And going up a little bit, I don't see anything colder there. What about over here? A minus 51. If we zoom in a little bit on this guy, minus 52, minus 53, and minus 50 all the way along that river, minus 49, minus 50. Wow, that is just incredibly cold. I don't know how anything could survive in those temperatures. Extremophiles, and that's what they're called. They have to be extremophiles to live there. And, you know, it's one of those things, the very cold temperatures. Minus, we haven't seen anything colder, though. What about over here? Minus 47, no, minus 50. 51, those areas are not so good. Minus 53, and let's see, nothing colder there. There's a 55. We did see a 57 earlier, and that was over in the other spot. So I don't know. I think I'm going to have to call it at a minus 57. Because that is all I have there. Let's take a look into some of these other spots here. Ooh, a minus 50. And no, nothing there. This is warmer. Minus 48, 49. No. What about over here in this area? No, that looks tropical compared to the rest of it. So, there's a 48, 49. Oh, a minus a 53. Let's look in that spot again. Minus a 53. Oh, a minus a 58, a 59, minus 61. And right in that spot, minus a 61 degrees Celsius. And do we have anything colder in that region? We will live with a minus 61. No, we won't. It's too cold. Can't live with that. That is way too cold. Okay, I'm going to say a minus 61 degrees Celsius in the great Siberian tundra area. And that is as cold as I can see. We won't see anything colder. And all right, how did I do? And Doc finds, what? We tied from Siberia? Doc finds 46 in Antarctica, 59 in Greenland, yep, and 51 in northern Silicold, yeah, and a minus 61. Some JB. Get my swimming suit ready. Yeah, I don't think you're going to do it. And Sue found, she found a colder in the Arctic. Okay, 4 degrees. You whooped me big time, Sue. But we did tie for the Antarctica. We did tie for Siberia, and 59 in we tied for Greenland. So you beat me by 4 degrees. So that is absolutely incredible. And that is our own country I boo-booed on. Darn it. And maybe it's wishful thinking. I'm second place. Well, I guess it is all fun, and you're right. Let's turn on the warmer temperatures and go back to our volcanoes, and let's see if we can find some heat there in our wonderful, beautiful looking Kilauea and the Halemaumau crater. Halemaumau. And that is, I'm glad you can spell it, Sue. Halemaumau. It's hard enough to say, Halemaumau. But we're good with that. So, start your jet engine run for those airdrops. Make sure the heater packs are on for that food. Otherwise, it'll get there all frozen. And thank you, Sharon, for keeping a score. That is awesome. Appreciate it. And on those friendly notes, Halemaumau. And Halemaumau. That is, I hope you didn't catch any of that, but I think there's a shot for that, Halemaumau. Anyway, real good, everyone. Thank you all for being here today, and it has been an awesome stream, even with our troubles that we had. I'm off to cold places and feeding the animals. Make sure those heaters are on high, especially in Siberia, and of course, you don't have to feed too many there in Greenland, because there aren't many there. But the Arctic, where you found that cold temperature, there certainly will be some. Anyway, a big thank you to all of you for being here and enjoying the stream and enduring the whole thing. And that is with the meltdowns and everything else that we've had. So all cool. Poor Sue. She's going to sit in a warm airplane. Don't worry there, Bob. It's all good. Polar bears in northern Greenland. Yep, they are, but they're near the coast where it's a little warmer. And thanks, Dr. Fox. This was a great stream tonight. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And thank you all for being here. Big thank you to, of course, Metal Omi 54. Omi 54, if you're still listening, thank you kindly for that wonderful super chat. Also, thank you, Oz, for gifting that one membership. And Colin, who already left, he threw in a super chat as well. And Barbara, Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather, also gifted one membership. Thank you kindly, everyone. That is very awesome. Doc, you got a heated Lear jet for your trip. You bet. Gotta stay warm. And be good, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Be kind. And again, thanks to all our members and non-members and everyone who's part of this Lava family. I really appreciate all of you. If anyone hasn't hit that like button yet, please give us a quick bop and get that like up there. It would be really awesome. And also, that's pretty much it, I guess. I do see two new members listed on the chat, or renewed, I guess, in that sense, since they were gifted memberships. That's all great and all good. And I see a 90 as well. Thanks, Grenzed. And hopefully that you'll get some more silicone. And it won't be so silly. And you'll be able to do something with it. A little more pliable. And you'd think a moisture would keep it pliable, but it doesn't. And Sharon Sturt says, thanks, Doc, for the great stream. Thank you, Arizona Snowman. And yeah, I do appreciate all our wonderful moderators. Arizona Snowman and Piggy, both hiding in the background. And I hope Piggy is sleeping now. And also thank you to Bob, of course, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow, if he was in the background as well as, like I said, Arizona Snowman and Piggy have done awesome work, and they're always around, so I appreciate it. And thank you, Piggy, for the bacon seeds, as usual. That is awesome. And on those friendly notes, our screen went fuzzy. That's because the cameras don't like focusing on clouds. It's got a real hard time. That'll straighten out in a minute or so. Don't look at the screen. You'll be okay. And that'll be good. Anyway, I'm going to shut her down. Keep smiling. Be good. Be kind. Today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. So we'll see what we'll get for another fine video. And we'll try to capture some stuff during the night if we can find some. And on those notes, yep, fuzzy lava is good too. Yep, it is. They straighten it out, so that's all excellent. Anyway, take care, everyone, and please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Good night, good day, or good afternoon, or good morning, and oink oink!